little person? Where's my little person? Why is my little person not here? What if I do this? Little person. Oh, I'm buried. Hi. Does that fix it? Oh my god. Under game. Don't do this to me. There! Hi! I'm in the corner. Look at me. Scooch out a little. Hello? Okay. Okay. That better? Oh no, I did it wrong. I'm like floating in the void. How did I manage that? Oh, because I'm jumping monitors like a fool and I don't know what I'm doing. Good start. Serenade. Hello. There we go. There we go. Hey, what if I was bigger? Nice, 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 nice. Did I actually tell people I was starting? Actually tell people I was gonna go for it? I did on that. Did I do it on here? Everyone can stare at everything I'm doing. Behold my mess. It's bad. Oh, I don't give a crap about that right now. I'm doing this. Okay, yeah, we did the thing. We did the thing. I would love to cover some of this, but I guess we just do this for now. Woo, that's ugly. Cool. We zoom in. Is it good? Is it functional? Oh, whoa, we can. I actually didn't expect that. All right, cool. That works for me. How's it going? Who we got? What's happening? We're setting up. I will go through the beginning spiel of what we're doing today. I didn't even do a warm-up screen or anything. I just went for it because I'm late. Yo. So, RPG developer BAKIN, Bikini, whatever, has come out with this lovely trial version. And I have the restrictions I am subject to up here, so I can do that, I suppose. Just going over them real quick. We get 30 days. We cannot publish the game without buying it. We only get 6 maps of a restricted size, so it's a pretty reasonable size, I think. 625 is not bad. Importing, you can import, but you cannot use the paid DLC or whatever. And you can transfer to the final, but you can't use any fancy nonsense. So cool, fine, whatever. We're working with vanilla RPG developer BAKIN. I am comparing it to RPG Maker, obviously the big one that everyone knows and that I have been using since the Windows 95 version on my aunt's computer in the olden days. So we'll see how we do here. I'm sure I'll be repeating some of that down the line as more people show up, but we'll see what happens. Welcome to RPG developer BAKIN. You can make a game in it. I would hope so, considering what it's called. By answering this guide's questions, you can prepare a template for the game you want to make. Let's try it out right away. Okay. Next. Oh, see, I need people. I was going to do some fun, like... I can do this. That's not my finger. Okay. Number of layers is large. Default tile screen layout may run out of the screen in some cases. That's funny. Layout tool. Okay, so they got some 2D layout tools. That's nice. That's very nice. So I was hoping I'd have people in before we got to this part. Approximate evidence pass can be launched. Things you have on your PC. Sample games. Oh, we can look at the sample project. Well, let's start there. That's probably the good thing to do. Loading game data. Doing a big thing. 0 of 7 is a great start. I like how sample project doesn't have an actual game title. All right. Okay. So it definitely doesn't load as fast as RPG resources, RPG Maker, but kind of expected. It's got the full 3D and all that. Shaders and everything to do. Oh my. Okay. 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 I'm feeling really bashful about my desktop right now. it's I swear there's a method to the madness. It's just a really garbage one. I should really clean up a little bit. But hey, there you go. There's RPG Maker right up here. Boom. See? Yay, it's VXAs. That's the one I worked on for Peppermint Creams, which might also be here somewhere unless I put it somewhere more responsible finally. I think I did. Which could be fun to go over sometime. Not a lot of people have seen that. Map Editor. This is the main screen of RPG developer BAKIN, which creates maps that serve as the stage for the game. Create the world of your imagination by tweaking the terrain, placing objects, and events. First, click on the map and click on the little toolbar button that comes up and play with it to move the ground up or down. Okay. Click on a terrain from the Terrains tab, and there are thumbnails on the right of the screen, and try dragging the mouse over the map. Yep. Okay. You can mess with the buttons. Okay. Simple enough. About restricted editing mode. It's loaded in restricted editing mode. Yep. Changes you make are not saved. If you wish to create another game using this game, okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. This is, oh my god, that depth of field is vicious. Can we, go grids. Hey, look, we can see. Dang. Okay. Oh, that's not so bad. No, make a big old hole, and the big old hole doesn't really do anything. Middle click is pan, right click is rotate. So far, so good. Okay, we've got our little dude. That's the start point. Failing by gravity is turned off. Oh, okay. Well, alrighty. So that's interesting. We've got local light. Oh, this is like a whole thing. All right, that makes sense. That makes sense. So if I come over here and we... There, we've made a creepy little face. All right. Dang, player's broken. I mean the player's broken. Well, chew on it with your face. Boom, Minecraft slime. Okay. That's got a nose or something. I don't know. Let's play with it. Neat. Pretty simple. Very straightforward. We got various textures we can use. Animation is built in. That's nice. Oh, wow. It automatically does some auto tiling. I didn't expect that. If I grab this, I'm playing around now. See how this works? Can I control click? I can. Okay, and then I can... Okay. You know what? Not bad. As a tile edit thing goes, it's pretty good. I got no qualms with that. Can I get in here and fix this hole I made because it looks kind of silly? Yeah. Look at that. Okay, so if I come through here, we've got 64s, we've got 128s, got all kinds of texture resolutions. Shocking lack of bushes. So, map list. Oh, there's all the maps in the sample game. Placed list. Oh, those are objects and common events. Okay, cool. Game definitions. I'm assuming that's our basic settings and common rules for the game. Yeah. Main cast, basically, it's our database. This is our database. Easy, easy peasy. Resizable. Already got that over RM. Okay, so we got Hero A. Oh, hey, look at that. We can't preview really, though. Or the previews aren't loading. That's a little different than what we had there. Okay. That's just a lady with she ass out. What else we got? A cat. Always have a cat. Okay. I don't know how I feel about this presentation. Oh, I can just type in there? That's weird. Okay. If I go to the bottom and I hit enter, there is no autocomplete or anything. That's strange. I don't know how I feel about that. Oh, and if I click up there, I get a nice. Okay, there's lots of little things I can look at here. You set your starting point, your starting map. Interesting. Okay. That's all over here. I make it bigger and see that. This? Stretch it up. Huh? Okay, we got party train, we got starting position. Max party size, item zone from beginning. Okay, there's a lot here. Slime. There we go. You could be rather unappealing, but functional slime. I'm not sure I actually like the default spreads that much. That's just me. They're very grayed out. I think it's because they're like non-lit. Honestly, I think that just limits how vibrant they can look there. That white mage so transcoded. All right, all right, all right. Oh wow. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is much more complicated than RPG Maker. Much more customizable. So a lot of stuff that would normally be you have to go in and script edit is just here. Oh my gosh. The rules of your game, whether autosave is on, max number of backlog. Wow. Your damage colors. Okay. How you do your EXP calc. Oh, so you can have it scale to level and stuff. All right. So yeah, if you work the level in there, you can do the RPG, the Mario RPG style stuff. Well, not Mario RPG itself, but the Paper Mario and stuff where it goes down over time. Okay. Okay, I don't know that one offhand, but I'm sure I could learn. Max damage received. Uh-huh. And what a default crit level is. There's all kinds of stuff. Make battle rewards level dependent. I don't know about that. Attack range. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna depend on what you're doing. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. There's a lot of stuff here. Project settings. We're just looking around. Our icon can be PNG, bitmap, or ICO. That's awesome. Hi, bird. Okay, scale, all sorts of stuff in there. Common terms, your dictionary, what you call things. That's pretty standard. That looks pretty standard. Oh my. Oh, map data stuff. Wow, there's a lot you can do with this. Okay. This is read only right now, so it makes me wonder what we can add. Interesting. Okay. And you can collapse that. Oh my gosh. Wow. And this is just like base database. It doesn't even have the items or anything in here. Um, database is right here. This is literally just the wow. They split it in multiple. Okay. Okay. No, don't change. We're in read only anyway. We just playing. We just playing around. Like that waterfall's built in. I think that's an object. I don't know how to rank objects right here. Oh my. Basic set. What do we got? Nature. Plants. Flowers. Oh. I want to put the flowers. Boom, we got the flowers. Can I make them scale? You can make them level with the ground. You can rotate them a bit. That's a nice touch. That rules. Okay. So what about some like red ones right here? And then we'll rotate these a bit. Look at that. And then I can put lily pad. Boop. Lily pad. That's stuck to the grid. Yes. Can you unstuck it from the grid? You can. Oh, that's nice. Okay. Okay. I'm being told bees. Being told I need to look for bees. Particles. Well, I don't see bees. Oh, can I put this like right on top of right here? Yeah, perfect. Nailed it. My weird lava pillar now has. Okay. All right. And undo is just, yep, easy. You can do smoke. Normally, if you had a chimney or something, you'd slap it on top like here. You cannot even see it. Oh, that's why. There a rotate like there a widget or something I can use for that? No, not really. Okay, let's just stick out the other side of the house for now. I'll figure that out later. We're just playing. Oops. We're just playing. Excuse me. Oh, wow, he died. Sorry, Solar. Fog. Just a nice generic fog. Make that pretty big, actually. Have it in the ground. That's kind of fun. I don't mind that. Okay, this is interesting. All right, so we're gonna look for Monster Cast. That might be where a bee would hide. We got that thing, this thing, various slimes that are less pretty than our slimes. Different succubi, all of whom seem weirdly dark. Various dogs. I mean, there's something to work with here. It's limited, but it exists. We've got we've got some things. Bats, lots of bats. Okay, okay. What about support cast? Are there animals in here? We got some animals. We've got a bird. Oh, okay, there it goes. We've got a cat. We've got another cat. Dogs. This very charming gentleman. Your mother. Spritz. Okay. I just hit a button. I don't know that. Oh, make this object replace an event to activate it. Okay. Stationary, leave the party. Stationary, speak. That was played once, spoken to. If a large event, okay. Okay. They have a lot of pre-baked events. Apparently, that's cool. You got snapping tools. Oh, I don't think that's supposed to happen. Object water surface. So the water here is just an object, and so is the waterfall. That's cool. Not what I expected. I thought those would be tiles. So that's all right. Oh my. I don't really see those very well. Light. Oh, we just put lights in general. Okay. Terrain pin for raising and lowering. Place objects at random scales and angles. Okay, that's interesting. Hi, Cloud. I am checking this out blind. I'm looking at the sample game. I just figure out what the tools are to start with, and we'll go from there. We're pretty limited what we can do because it is a demo. Events. So we got lots of... Let's say I pick you. Oh, wow, okay. Make this bigger. Oh, dear. I don't like that. Can I just make it taller? Okay. So normal sheet, top priority, parallel sheet. Is that... Oh, okay, that's different. So RPG Maker usually have different... Sorry, Spritzy. It'll be on YouTube later. I don't know. Because he can totally hear me. Dumbass. I can't hear you. Well, let me talk to you directly. I'm smart. So RPG Maker, normally when you have a page of your event, you have straight up, you choose its processing. This has parallel as its own thing. So what all can we do here? We can add sheets. Rename event sheet. Copy. Okay, so this is just the default thing. When someone talks to you, when the player talks, supposed to say something. Conversation. Display a message. Haha, your mom. I don't think this will actually save, but it's here. Oh, and I can say, okay, this looks pretty similar. Speech bubble. This event. Okay, so this has some pretty cool stuff going on. Default movement. So parallel sheet is just stuff it would do. If I added a parallel sheet. Okay. Statuses, events, teleport event. Okay. Yeah. Spin around, homie. I don't think we can even test this. Oh, and you can shrink it. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, this is read only. But whatever. We'll see what happens. So let's actually try this. Let's see what happens if we run a game. It is a little complicated. It is trying to be more elaborate than RPG Maker, so it has a little bit more going on. A lot of it's just presented differently. It's interesting. And that's what we're gonna get into in a minute. But first we're gonna try this. Map 1. We thought all day about that. So we have a run button. We have a big rock. Does ZNX work on this thing? Let me see. So they want this to be like, here's a tour. It actually did change my map. Look at that. There's my... It wasn't supposed to be a big fire penis, I promise. But it is kind of just shooting So is this working then? That would be a yes, though I don't know why it's commencing the jiggling. It's something to do with the... So if I come up here and... I wonder if it's just she's supposed to be spinning and the sprite's just not updating. I don't know. We'll keep playing with it. That collision is suspect. Okay. Sure. Map 2. Look, a box. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. That's a good event demo to look at. Oh, hey. Okay. So we have us some default combat. Let's see what it'll do. Oh, let's look at this. Assassin Blade. Wow, that seems rude. I'm getting... Oh, my controller's rumbling over there. Okay. So, RPG Maker default buttons seem to be working pretty well. Let's try some of the other ones. Good old stinking spacebar. Let's see what that does. Yep. It does look like you can define those. It's a little ugly, but you can define it. I will give that. RM has better presentation for its databases and shit. Even if they are really basic windows. This feels a little bit more like looking at Excel. How's that? On the flip side, this can look like stinking, what you call it, the Octopath, so there's that. Hello, old man. Well, I opened a treasure chest. I'm assuming there's more than one. Oh. Bye. What if you make the battle scene? Oh, I got more stuff. He's dead now. Ow, your critical hit did 1 damage. You fool. You fool. You've stabbed me in my weak point. On the flip side, it does look more complicated. It also looks like you can change certain settings easier than in RM, where you're like required to full-on dig into the scripting of the engine to change something as simple as the basic battle formula. Okay, so WASD, QE. Oh, hello. Cool. Hey, there it is. Picture book? Oh, hello. That's just rude. True, but rude. Actually, is it true? We have stats. Oh, it doesn't have an int stat. That'd be really funny. You're gonna say it has no intelligence. Just give it a... Oh, wow, okay. We got maps generated by something or other. They're kind of ugly, but it works. Music's for chumps. Music costs money. Okay, well, I opened the chat. Oh, there's one over there. I'm stupid. So it shows the slime is green, but all the slimes so far have been red, 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 red. So that's funny. Oh, it's a slime lava. It tells me they did like a hue shift and then didn't do a good job. Bestiary is not tracking that or something. I don't know. This is boring. It's just that I have so much fire, but that's the only thing that makes it slightly tolerable. Oh, there's something I didn't test. And test if you can automatically... I'll have to try that next time. The Final Fantasy rule of if you can target outside of one enemy with a spell. Exchanging items, different... I'm looking at some of the stuff on the side. Huh. Lots of stuff over there. Okay, so these guys are here to teach you about... Leave me alone. Guys are here to look at as demos of different things. Okay. Um, huh. I. All right, bye. We nailed it. The demo project. Wow. Okay. Oh, we can just go full on this style of dungeon crawl anytime, huh? That's actually cool. So you kind of have to WASD for some of this, which is not my favorite. Is there not really a rotate here? Can you? Oh man, I'm such an arrow key bitch. Let me have this. All right. Grand Mage is attacking. Look at my big sprite. I'm so big. Uh, me. Grand Mage was doing something. Don't ask me what. Oh, beating the shit out of me. Oh yeah, that's really gonna help. Wow, that sucks. That's a little better. Some weird lag spikes. I don't think you're meant to win this. I think he buffed his stinking. All right. So I can't really use any of my stupid skills. I have one heal left, basically. Ugh. Oh, I am so dead. All right. Oh, I'm just back here. I guess autosave is on. Can I can I leave? Awesome. All right. Oh shit, I don't want to do that. All right, I can just do this. Let's look at some crap here. Let's see what's up, shall we? Your mom worked, but the parallel processing didn't. So that's fun. We can access the event right there. That's cool. So this isn't doing shit, but I do want to test something. Always face the character or fix directions. That might help. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna try that. We're gonna see if that changes something. On the event sheet, you're fine. You're standard. I'm not messing. Okay, we're gonna go to the next place. We have other maps. Let's look at our maps. Boss map. This is kind of fun, right? Like we got this goes in the stinking dungeon mode, and I don't know why. That's very curious to me. What makes it do that? That's the trigger for the thing. That is when player talks. No, that's nothing. That is not what that is. What is this? Oh, that's nice. Cave entrance, map 2, event. Okay, so that tells you where you arrive in a map. Then this automatically start only once in parallel. Make player invisible. Camera playback boss room. Oh, they've set up different boss. Okay. Huh. Okay, it doesn't seem that complicated, but I don't know what exactly it's doing. So that's cool. We'll look into that later. That could be fun. Sprite tool. Create animations can be used in game. Two users can combine the display to timing, position, angle. All right, yeah. So we got. Oh my god. I don't know what half of you are. I don't think you're loading. There we go. These don't zoom in like I'd like. All right. Not to play with right now. Map list. I want to look at map 2 specifically. I want to look at this fucking mess, right? Like, we've got a straight up mountain. That's a terrain. That's just a chunk of terrain. We have that option, I guess. Let's look at this. Double click works. So when player talks, screw you. Awesome. Very helpful. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Main event mode. Interesting. Why isn't this working? Look at you. Okay. Oh, this is it. All right. Here we go. This is what I'm talking about with RM. We've got... They need more fucking zoom in options. These are so tiny for me. I wonder if there's ways I can tweak that. Is there like view options up here? Post effects enable. I love not seeing. Well, that's not as bad as the other one. There you go. We love working with depth of field on. It's like being glasses off. Isn't it great? Don't you love what you can see? Oh, I can just turn off depth of field specifically. All right, that's much more tolerable. I can see the scene lighting. I like that. And then if we turn off that, we no longer have... Okay. We can turn off perspective, which is great if you want to make your own Disgaea, I suppose. There we go. How's that for a mood? Oh, he actually does have sprites that face different ways. Well, that makes me want to check something now on the other map. We come over here. I wish I could see. Yeah, she does. I'm sorry. I just want to see if her sprite was working, you bitch. Oh. Goodbye! Makes sense, but wow. I'm a lot less worried about foliage poly counts at this point. Okay, so I was looking at this for a reason. I promise. I want to see this guy specifically. So we have when the player talks to him, by default, first conversation. So none of these are true. It'll go here. That's pretty similar to RM. Highest thing is yeah. So first conversation is the last one it checks because it is the least common one. You talk to him, he gives you the key, blah, blah, blah. Before it's obtained, if you have the key right here, if key obtained is on, and you can set more conditions. That's awesome, actually. Okay. And you can switch, yep. When the player talks to you, you can also have player touches. It touches you. Start automatically, only once. Thank you. Only once in parallel. Repeat. Repeat in parallel. All right. Display text. What, you still haven't brought it over? Yep. And then, ta-da! After you get the orb, it says, "Hey, you have the orb. Thanks." Plays the BGM. Takes the. Oh, it doesn't take the orb. Oh my god. We found it! The song! That's not what I wanted to do. I was stupid. Oh, I wonder if I'm supposed to play with that. Parallel sheet. That's interesting little flaw it seems to have. Parallel sheet. Oh, because I don't have a thing selected. Okay, so then after the item is given, he's like, hurry up and go. Okay, cool. Fine. No, don't say change. I was just looking. Oh, we got words. Yeah, no, I mean, it's not that... So this one is more complicated than using just RM, but this is still a lot of the same fundamentals. Oh, well, there you go. This just is how RM does it. This is what I'm used to right here. Like this is an RPG Maker view, straight up. Got all sorts of stuff up here. A specific "Don't fuck with me" button based on RPG Maker's weird NPC functions. Awesome. Love that. I think I'm going to keep it in this view. This is much more than I'm used to. All right, cool. No, I'm figuring this out. This is awesome. Glad I looked at this though, because I don't think I would have otherwise. Now, the other big curiosity here is what is this thing doing? Is there like ding 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 cool. There was kind of a note somewhere else, but let's look at this. So open treasure chest, changes event to chest open. And there's a slot available, add this. That's very complicated, but okay. I'm assuming somewhere in here is, yeah, we have a lot of built-in stuff, so that's cool. And after it's checked, it's like, yo, this is empty, fool. This is why the lighting keeps changing on the thing. It's like, I think it's rotating around slowly. Can't really tell. The sprites have some weird light shit going on. Okay. I have no idea what's up with that block, or if it wanted me to... Editor settings. World coordinates, local coordinates, object center. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, we have lots of stuff we can do for the editor itself. We can change how the maps work. And change rendering between various presets and different... Oh, look at that! That's stupid. I love it. Alright, get some sleep, bird. Oh, but it went away after I did that. That makes me sad. This is on Nightfall. Why does that look different? Oh, because it's rock. Sepia tone. We got lots of different stuff we can do here. That's interesting. Okay, let's stick to Nightfall for now. UV numbers. Okay. I'm having fun with this. Map 2 has its own preset. Okay. Enemy distribution. I could tell this to shut the hell up. So, in this map, no BGM, but there is environment. So I can come in here. I could say, pick a song. But we don't have a, we don't have the speed settings that RM does, it looks like. Oops. That's a little intense. Okay, cool. So that's straightforward. And if we go into map 1, we can give it a song and do whatever we want to it. Let's look at its settings. Let's see what it's got going on. Right? Like, what about sounds? There are sound objects reserved uncategorized decal. Not really what I was thinking. Oh, I hit basic set and it's having a big ol' think. Oh, something happened. Gonna pop up on the thing, or is it all messed up because I did something with Twitch? I got followed. Thank you. It's supposed to have a pop up, but I think I broke it with something in the Twitch panels. I'll figure it out later. I pushed some buttons I probably shouldn't have earlier. Okay, this did nothing except have the... Oh, there we go. Nature, plants, rocks. Okay, this is all the same stuff. I was hoping for some sort of like sound object. I guess there's events, walking, stores, searchables, physics, functions. Disable save like a monster. Run your credits. Okay, dang. Awful rude. Huh. So we have lots of stuff. We can set ambient sounds, but we can't make sound emitters, it looks like. That's strange to me. Maybe I'm missing something. We'll look into it later. So for now, I wanted to look at this map. And, well, I just drew in the middle of nowhere. You're welcome. Getting the hang of some of this. So that's straightforward. There's our map. Rendering a basic. And it's supposed to have them. Okay. So if I hit test play, wait. Okay, yeah, we got music. I'm crazy. So she doesn't face me like she's supposed to. And it's still doing that. If I make the screen bigger, does it do that? Yeah, it still does that. It has feelings. She's very rude about my mom. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry, everybody. So, it turns out, I have some history with this woman. 20 years ago, my mother threw her mother off the top of a small church. So, she was fine if you ignore the broken bones. But there's been bad blood between us ever since. So, things have been spicy. Forgive me. I should have disclosed that sooner. But in my defense, I'm a big dumb goober. Okay, but if I go over here, the music's connected. Okay, that's fine. So, okay, we've learned some things. I still don't know what the heck was up with that one thing. But whatever. So if I go up here without the key, does it do anything? Okay, cool. Oh, now it gives me one slime. I'm like, I've had my fill. Let's move on. One slime. I don't know if anyone is still around who would have input for me. But that's fine. I can do my own thing. Boom, we're done with this. I think we've had our fun here. Let's functions. Oh boy, there's lots of stuff up there. File. Turn to top menu. Okay. This is fun. This is interesting. We're gonna make a new one. We have this whole wizard we can go through. And if anyone would like to help me do something stupid with this, by all means, just say howdy do, and I'll gladly participate. I'll take a second for the lag and whatnot. I forgot some stuff on this today. So. Anybody wanna talk to Sarah? Probably not. That's okay. She's kind of boring anyway. Alright, that's fine. I wonder. Let me think. There might be generators online that can do what I wanted to do. There are people around. This is the problem with always being a night person who's just starting out. But hey, it will be fine. I just forgot all of my dailies on this stupid game. Alright. Go me. Good job, me. You're so smart. You are a ding-dong. So, next. Okay, we need, my name is Sarah CB. Okay. The game title. So, let's, open a new Firefox. Bring that right over here. Don't worry about it. Okay, we're going to look for, fantasy name. No, let's just do a random name. I don't necessarily want fantasy. There's something really funny if it's just like Greg. Anna. Juris Jacobs. But spelt really funny. I mean, that's a little on the nose. Can we... Let's go masculine. You know what? I liked Greg. Let's just go with Greg. So let's see. And that's not what I wanted. Can I close that for now? Thank you. Na, 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 na. Dungeon names. You tell I'm putting a lot of thought into this. Chamber is good. A lot of chambers and grottos. Labyrinth. Oh, no, I know what we're going to do. Pit of goo. Subtitle, you say. Yeah, next. Oh my goodness. Specific amount of assets will be included in the project from the beginning. Whenever you start, please add necessary assets that are not included. We are going to want some data because we're building from scratch. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're having a big old thing. It's fine. We got to pick out who Greg gonna be. It's got to think about it, apparently. No big. It's okay. Take your time. Take your time, Greg. We're just waiting on you. Okay. Okay. Sample man. Oh, he could be a sample slime. Oh, he can straight up be a 3D Greg. I don't know if I want that. I think that's a little much for my purposes. Um, that's not a Greg at all. That's a Gregette. Let's see. Monster Cast? Those are always fun. Oh, no, that won't work. Hero Cast. Here we go. What do we got? Oh, now I get thumbnails. I didn't get these on the other thing. Not much of a Greg. That's pretty Greggy. No, you're not very Greg. No, just stick with Greg. You're gonna be our default. Your name is Greg. I wonder how you make these exactly, because these animations seem to be built in. Seems a little bit more complicated than usual. Okay. That's fine. Menu screens, conversation. Okay. We want 2D casts, hero casts, hero A, or layouts. Greg. His name. Thank you. It's not hero. It's Greg. I'm gonna give him 2 Gs. The inconsistency will be a point of complaint. Camera settings. Okay. Overhead view from behind. That's interesting. Subjective view of the person. Horizontal view. That's unexpected. I genuinely did not think that would be a thing. Here rear view is interesting. I did not expect that, but it also seems like it would be a bit. Let's stick to the basics. Let's do a player central view. Good old JRPG style. Tank controls? Ooh! All right. No, all right. You know what? We're not doing that, but that's really funny. I could really piss some people off with that. Do we want jump? Yeah, do jump. Jumps are fun. I don't give a shit about inertia. Sonic fan treason. When you press start editing your game button, you can choose whether you want to start with a flat map or a map with some degree of automatically generated undulations. No, I just want flat. Thank you. Not that. If anyone's undulating around here, it's going to be me. Thank you. In my house, I will be the undulator. Don't test me. I note I did not set up where it was supposed to save it. So that's going to be interesting for me to figure out. But that's fine. You know? Some days you're not the boss of your own life and you're just doing your best. Who hasn't been there? Oh my goodness. Well, I did say I forgot to do stuff on this stupid game, so I guess oh, oh. I got real excited for basically nothing there. All right. We have a big dumb cube. So we do have a max size for our maps in the demo, and I don't know if we have to specify a size somewhere or if it just does it. We'll figure that out. Give me just a moment to finish up what I'm doing here. And we will absolutely go crazy. Maybe more people will show up who want to talk to me while I do that. I'll look as sad and pathetic as I can. Here I go. Full meow meow mode. Ooh. Doesn't anyone want to kiss me right on the mouth? Ooh. Just give me a big old smooch. Just tell me I'm perfect. Perfect. Crap, okay. I don't care right now. I'm just turning this in so I can get my dailies done. Thank you. Okay, there. So, let's figure out the main story of Greg. Now, Greg, I mean, he's doing his best, right? I think I do want to have the perspective on for now. Cool. So Greg's pretty basic. If we do a test play, what do we get for an empty room? Nice. Oh, it's the blue screen of life. All right. Ooh. Okay, but we have jump, supposedly. I found it. Oh my god. Yo, Greg's got ups. Goodbye, Greg. Oh, I've been prevented from suicide. It's a little clunky, but I am prevented. It's got some jitter to it. Only when jumping. It's a no button. Gotcha. Okay, no, that's not all bad. I will want to change that. Greg's ups are a little too intense. So a big thing RPG Maker has that I do appreciate is the capacity to just play music while you're dicking around. And I get the feeling this one is not going to let me have that. I'm going to name this It Starts. Okay. Resolution. That's our texture res. Okay. Yeah, that's valid. Hurry up thing. Use texture filter. Make the pixels less noticeable? Why would I want that? I love pixels. Fuck you. Also, they're pretty much like... It's set to 64, what happens? I accidentally opened Steam because Shift Tab is that. That's a problem for me. Okay. Animation interval, cluster size, map size. Let's do a nice 48 by 48. Don't screw with me. Set your terrain for the extension. Okay. Go. Oh, that's what they meant? Oh, no. Okay, that's much more limiting. All right. I thought they meant 625 in one direction. Oh, shit. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'll have to be a little economical with my space. Interesting. There's not a better way to get to this. Okay. So, that's fine. Basic map settings, it starts. BGM. We gotta pick a song. Gotta pick a song, homies. Hello. There's a cat. There's a cat. Hello, cat. Do you have anything to tell the people? Do you have any words of wisdom for my enticed and waiting audience? They need to know. Tell them your secrets. Yes, rub the mic. I'm sure that sounds amazing. You're such a goober. I hope noise suppression stopped that from coming out of everyone's ears. Oh, why don't you come down here, bud? Here. Look, I made it a little kitty nest for you and everything. Yeah. Yeah. Isn't that nice? Greg is having a time. Hi. What are you doing? Hi, baby. Your son is talking to me. You want to talk to your mama? Here, say something to your mama. Yeah? Good job. Right in the mic. I wonder if that actually came through. I hope so. I hope you heard that. He meowed for you. He's meowing for me, too. He's a meowy boy. He has much to say. He has much to say. What are you doing? What are you doing? I was trying to do stuff. I was trying to do stuff. And you want attention? You want attention? Yeah. Yeah. I will admit, it is nice to hear him do the nice meows for me. He never has before, really. The purrs and the slow and lows. And tell he misses his mommy. He'd rather have mommy than me, I am sure, but we are surviving, I suppose, as best we can. Okay, that's all that crap done. I can no longer work with one hand. I need to do my thing. Yes, I have to make the adventures of Greg. His name is Greg. Yeah, it stops the music as soon as I close it. I hate that. I love having just music playing. All right. Well, we'll have to play around with some of that. Oh my. Look at all that. Excuse me. Environmental sound. I mean, we gotta have some environmental sound, right? Good old forest. Sure. Environmental effects. One cloud. Oh. Okay. We can really put Greg through it, is what I'm seeing. We can just make Greg's life miserable. Ultimate Greg. Sunlight. Oh. Well, that's kind of nice, actually. I kind of like that. I hate that when I want to look at my map, it hides this. I kind of wish I can pin it. Boom! Oh, I'm happy. Okay. Okay. Excuse me. I think I just came. Um. Okay. So we got map size. We got all this crap. Camera. Okay. This is not big enough. This is not big enough for anything. Okay. 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 No, that's cool. What else we got besides sunlight? We got paper. Oh, like confetti. Like it's a festival. Mist. That is a little misty. Rain, just standard rain. Yup. Preload, decal, snow. Wonder if you can make your own. You must be able to. Fairy lights. Fireflies. Oh my gosh. Oh, right, baby. Saw most of that. I go back to sunlight. Can I scoot this like over here? I would like to dock it. I guess not. Okay. And now I've pissed off everything. I don't even know what I've done anymore. Okay, I'll fix it. I'll figure out how to fix it. It's a challenge. It's a challenge. Uh Map list palette, map settings palette. Oh, I found what I'm doing wrong. There we go. Okay. Okay. Oh. Actually, I think I'd like these here. Yeah, okay, I'm solving it. I'm solving it. I'm not a total fool. We've got it. We've got it. I figured out the snapping. Okay, so can I put the toolbar like up top? Hey. Okay. 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 Cassie's in and out, but she's kind of around. So I'm learning. Events to be called before displaying map. That's a cool touch. Reloading is good. I think that means on. Can make other cameras. Can make maps where the players specifically cannot mess with the camera. Enable walking off the map. Well, I have to see what that does. Right? Whee! I don't know what I expected. Sure, man. All right. All right. Let's turn that back off. That is funny though. Yeah, that's a parallel. If player goes below a point, just beat the shit out of them. Excuse me. Rendering, that's, yeah. So we have lots of presets. That's all right. Ice swirl. Oh, that's not too bad. Underworld, lava zone, scorching sun. That's kind of the closest to what I'm after in terms of the visual style of the moment. Okay, and I can come in here and okay. So let's play with this. Let's see what we can do with rendering. That could be fun. That could be fun. That could be fun. I feel like I should make some sort of terrain first. So let's focus on that for now. Break this down. Let's see what we can do for terrain. Let's grab our old fill tool. Boy, that's some dirt, baby. This can be some I hate you. Oh, that's just goo. That's very bright rock. Water. Building. Icy bullshit. I mean, I don't have anything against this stuff eventually. Sand is a little sand. Castle tile, bricks. Lots of bricks. That's all good. I kind of am feeling some good old-fashioned dirt, though. I won't lie. You know? Just some rock. Some good old starting rock. So we want to make some sort of a situation. Right? So let's see here. What can we do for okay, that's not terrible. So I could make like a starting area like this kind of thing. Yeah, look at that. Ooh. Can make slopes, stairs, corners. Interesting. If I do this and I make it a slope. Oh, what if I do it now? Oh, okay, that's pretty straightforward. And we like make you go around a little bit, maybe do a little windy curve. You know what I mean? Not that there's much we can do with this map size, honestly. That looks like a relatively natural area. Oh, yes, the pumpkin of doom. Maybe make him hop over that. Then he'll come over here and up here will be our, I don't know, our ending, I guess. Something like that. That could work. Okay, let's see what I can do with this. So there's something resembling a layout, okay? So now I need to grab the terrain. Oh. That's a selection. I don't want that. Okay, so we want to oh my god, no. Okay. Let's find a better way to do that. We're gonna grab the old selection by tile here. Yeah, that works for now. And we're just gonna boom, look at that. Okay. So now I can do some this business. And we can like lower that slightly. That's wrong. Then we can grab this. Do some of that. And boom. Up. Look, now I've got kind of a weird little something something, right? So as we have an eyedropper, I know we have an eyedropper. I was kind of hoping we'd have a oh, whatever. Do this and this, and we can just yeah. Problem is our dude has mad ups, so it does make it kind of hard to control. So if I do a nice little like test play of that, let's see what happens. Sure, it'll be nice and normal. That jump is ridiculous. That does mean we can make some pretty three-dimensional stuff, though, to be fair. Oh, I need to reduce that. That is so insane. Oh, and he won't run off edges. You have to jump off edges. That's interesting. What if that's a rule you can set somewhere? Oh, he'll go up ledges and steps, though. All right. And we do have our camera control. So it's an interesting map editor to start. I'm interested. We'll see what we actually get out of it. Let's see what happens if I try to save this bitch. Oh, it just does. Who knows where? But yes, we've saved. That's concerning to me. But all right. So now that I have some scenery, can I move the start point? Yes. Yes, I can. Cool. Can I rotate the start point? Yeah, it works pretty well. Okay. Okay, so now that we have some sort of a starting scene to look at, we can set our view, make sure we have, may as well enable our depth of field and all that. And let's see what we can do for scenery. You know? Or do we want to add some decor first just to see what happens? Why not, right? So let's look for objects. I found the save point. Got lots of stuff here. Decal. Oh. Basic set? There we go. Outdoor. Nature? There we go. Okay, we have some rocks. Just something. Just a little something. Oh. Oh, that's kind of cool looking. I like that. Let's do that. Oh, it's kind of like sticking out. Look at that. If I rotate it. Yeah. That's fun. I like that. That's fun. We're having fun. We're having some kind of fun. Damn it. Stick this like outside. Oh, oh. You make that quite large. All right. Well, that's interesting. So can I like uh duplicate and rotate? Not easily. A little bit of that there. Scooch this over and scooch this down and maybe scale it down a little bit. Yeah. Boom, we now have a mountain environment around us. I'm actually curious what happens if I touch that, but let's I wasn't really going for a town with such a limited map size, but yeah, I get what you're going for. Unless I can actually draw outside this and just like can I oops. Can I move this? Can I draw outside of this? Like, can I just wow? No. That is the biggest size map I can have in tiles right now. Thanks, demo. But that's fine. Limited the demo, I can only make these tiny little maps. Kind of a bummer. These have collision? Not a lick. Duly noted. They're visual. So if I get gamepad, how much control do I have over this camera exactly? None. It's disconnected. There it goes. Actually, quite a bit. What the hell? Triangle's the jump button? Oh, we changed that. We changed that now. But yeah, that's, I mean, for setting up your scenes and stuff, that's pretty cool. Let's get particles. So let's play around with some of that. What we got in here? All right, we looked at a lot of this. Rock destruction. Wind. A bird. Oh, that's actually kind of nice. That's pleasant. So how much can I edit that? Very, very little. Okay. But it is actually a pretty decent little effect, I guess. For what I'm after. Why not? Okay. That's fine. That's limited, but it's fine. Oh, good. There's a sample slime. He has no color. Right on. Okay, let's go back in here. Let's see what we got for rocks. We've already done rocks. Okay, I want to play around primarily with our lighting at this point. I'm having some interesting fun with it, but I think it is time to experiment with what we got for skyboxes. Okay. I mean, I think this is a very red scenario. You know? Okay. Boom. That is extremely red. Skybox model. What do we got? Boy, we got a few things. That one's probably a good default. Oh dear. Milky Way. Sunset. Demon's World. I do like the good purple, but I think good old Sky 2 kind of did the job really well that I was looking for, actually. So can I change that? Is that what's going on there? Like if I change this to a nice brown. Hey, yeah, that looks about right. Okay. Okay. I'm learning. We've got the daylight and all that. Okay, so shadow angles can be specified. That's X, Y, and Z. Oh, jeez. What about a good old 2? No, that does not work. What does a 1 do? Negative 1.2? What about a negative 2? That's not bad. That looks very sunsetty. Yee. I think I liked it better on default, though, just for showing where I want you to go. Oh, who we got? Oh, we got another stupid bot. Kill it. Kill it with fire. Bot arrived. I'm eating this fortune cookie. What will the fortune cookie tell me about the bot? Let's find out. Don't worry, Mr. Bot. Your best is enough. So says Panda Express. Oh, Fog is pissy. It's not. Okay. I think it'll super matter, but it will help. Okay. Ambient intensity. Like I should. That's pretty good, actually. That's fog. I don't want fog. I want this. Now I want it more saturated because it's being all. Yeah. Auto exposure. No. That's just specifically the thing I'm not using. SSAO. I can turn on ambient occlusion. That's huh. That looks weird with those normal maps. Hi Liz. Nice Keanu Reeves movies you have there. I think the ambient occlusion looks pretty nasty on here. That's better. It's much better. That looks less shit. What is the other one? Linear? Linear don't do shit. I do kind of like view corrected. I do think that gives it a little more depth. Good old radius, maybe turn that down a little. That, yeah, that chills it out. Okay. I think I'm alright with that. Bloom? Yeah, use Bloom. I love Bloom. Bitches love Bloom. Depth of field? Sure. I have it disabled in here, don't I? No, I have it on. It's just limited in function. Oh, it's because it's... Alright, let's play with this nightmare. Let's see what happens. Let's see what I do to it. Like, in a perfect world... Oh my god! How did I do that? Oh, I know I did that. I think not select every object. Thanks. Oh, that's starting to get much more noticeable. Okay, let's try. So I'm really, really bad at this. Okay. Let's be. Oh my gosh. Um. Okay, that's not so bad. So if we're playing it, we do get some depth there. Like it does start to get silly. About a 35. No, we'll just do it in engine. See what happens. Play with my silly buttons again. Mountain's pretty blurred. That jump is so stupid. I think my cat just farted. Can't tell if the depth of field is doing shit. I have such a hard time with DOF. Honestly. Like, if I view this from about the angle I would expect for Actual play. I guess that would give me a lot to work with here, right? So, where is it? Turn off fog. We're not using it. Ambient we're using. SSAO is done. Bloom we're leaving alone. Depth of field. Use. Okay, that's helping. That's a little more noticeable. So what if I just made it like dumb? I just made it a full-on like blur radius of 2. How's that look when we play it? Let's look together! It kind of does stuff. Not as much as I'd like. Okay, we're getting somewhere. I think in that case, if that's going to be the range we're getting, I'm going to like try something real crazy. Let's do a 10. Let's see what a 10 looks like when we're playing. I need to figure out how to change these buttons. These are bad. That's not bad. Seems like restrained and functional, which is kind of what I'd want. Just a hint. Okay. Turn that back to default. Let's turn the range back to 20. And we'll try that. I thought the test play to really get a good idea, but I get why. It's because my camera versus theirs. There's probably a shortcut I'm missing that lets you change it more. Hello! I see you think I'm stinky. Fuck you. Jump. Oh, that jump. It sucks. Okay. That's fine. We can tweak it. I know that. So, vignette. Why is it on if you're not using it by default? Okay. Ooh, that is vivid. Okay. I don't use LUT in a like loot, whatever it is, vintage. Oh, that's that sucks, but I like it in a weird way. Is that bad of me? I love a bit of like hard contrast. I'm a freak. I'm not gonna do it. I don't want to subject people to that, but I do like it. There's a lot of fun settings here. Just fuck you. Colors, no. Fuck you. Colors broke. Deep tone versus what? What was the standard one? Oh, I see. Okay. Higher contrast. I do like that for the scene. I was going for a very sunset, warm sort of thing. That's a little more. I don't know. That might be too much. I like strength 2 so far. Ew, real as brown. Winter, good touch. Demon, actually I kind of like Demon. Demon's looking pretty good. But does it look better than Vivid 2? Contrast 2. Actually, yeah, I like Demon more. Horror. Get spookied. Oops, I opened a help window on my screen. Tiles you can actually import your own too. Desert. Not bad. Desert versus Demon. I like Demon more. Desert's probably a little more reasonable for the average person, but I like Demon more. Foggy Night. Seeing is for losers. Night Room. Night. I think I like Demon. I think I like that hard sunset sort of look I'm getting, because that's what I was picturing when I set out here. So I'm gonna go with that. And cinematic aberration. Chromatic. I don't like chromatic ab. Get rid of that. The reflection of light on translucent materials. I don't even know what that is. I'm gonna leave it alone. Sharpen. I'm gonna leave that alone. And anti-aliasing. I mean, sure. Cool. Can I name it? There we go. How about Outer Mountain? There we go. I've made a pretty scene. What's the next thing I want to do? I'll probably figure out that stupid piece of crap jump button situation. That sucks. Okay, so we don't need any of this right now. We're good. Oh, look, our map is coming along. We want resource. I haven't looked at that at all yet. This is where all your stuff goes. Okay. Where our terrain goes, our file name. Right. I haven't looked at importing anything yet, but it's pretty fancy what you can get away with, actually, for a cube. I'm impressed. And there is some lower resolution stuff if you're into that. Slightly more pixely. Still pretty elaborate. Okay. Okay, so you do have some... No idea how you do it, but you have them. So we have options. There's lots of materials. Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's a full on. You can get into the weeds if you want. That is going to be more complicated by RPG Maker by default. It just is. So just expect that for this kind of thing if it looks intimidating. It kind of is. We got physics settings for everything. We've got, for some reason, Sample Lady has physics. Oh, because she's got titties. Instead of breast, it's called bleist. Look out, it's her blaists. Watch out for her blaists. She running. She's waiting. She's sitting. She's punching. We're good. No, don't worry about me. I'm fine. I'm doing great. Just an average Tuesday. Oh. Eh. Eh. Yay. 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 Yeah. Yeah. Woo. Worry about it. And here we see the average spritz with a mirrored A1. Oh no, that's just the seam. And B1. So he's a very small boy in terms of texture space. And there he is walking. He's coming for you. There he is running. It's honestly not a terrible poly count at all either. I don't know what I expected from a slime. Blend shapes. Not a lot of those, but cool they're there. Sliced animation? Yeah, let's look. Oh, there's like a whole thing we gotta do here, huh? Yeah, that's going to be a whole process. We're leaving that alone. So this gets pretty advanced. Resource stuff, customization tends to be on the more advanced side, so that makes sense. That's where you start looking up like specifications and what you got to do and all that. So I am not surprised. Our fonts are... Yep, okay. Let's look. This is a Ruby experiment. Okay. Cool. Not what I was looking for initially, but cool. We have our database. Uh-huh. So, here's Greg. Here's our boy Greg. Let's make Greg bigger. Oh my god. Again, let me zoom in. I do have that to say. Let me zoom in. It's a little hard to see what you're doing when you're as blind as me. I'm sure this looks even better on a 720 output. I'm sure you can definitely see what I'm doing. But all right. Cast event settings? What's all this? Oh. I actually am not sure what this is. Is this if they're following you, maybe? You can talk to your party members? I'm not sure. Ooh. Use me. Okay, this makes a little more sense. This looks a little more like what I expected earlier. Equipment and abilities. There's his starting stuff. Battles, how he functions. Specs for various things. Oi. Okay, cool. That's not what we're looking for right now, but very neat. We've got a tribute definition. We've got all kinds of stuff we can do when we get into the nitty gritty. Supposedly it's set up so we can just get to work, right? But we'll see. Game definitions. Here we go. I think this, yep. This is more what we're thinking about as being a problem. Greg, is your jump power thing in here, or is it going to be down here? Common system. Move and operate. Okay, basic operation. Yes. Tank controls. No. Steering speed. Brake strength. Okay. This the distance someone can be when you try to talk to them and have it still work. Hide mouse cursor while moving. Use message skip. Yes. Party train spacing. Disable camera operation. Get the playing player automatically. We can play with that. That's probably not going to break anything, right? Hey. What's wrong with you, cat? Your speed of running. Max speed. Some other stuff. What? Oh, max height you can step up. All right. How much of a wall you can just clomp your way up top of. That makes sense. That's a fun thing to be able to mess with. Standard turning speed only matters if we're doing tanky stuff. NPC standard walking speed. Okay. Pause event walking is needed. Okay, I don't know what CCD. Oh. Okay. Larger this value, less likely it is for player to pass through other objects when moving at high speed. There's a higher chance of deceleration Due to when, yeah, okay, yeah. Jump. We have jump. Jumping strength. Yeah, let's try having that. No, I want that on. Ball limit. Okay. Negative 100 because negative 5,000 was silly. Camera range is just fine. Sensitivity, that's, oh, the mouse can do stuff because you can use the WASD. I'm a fool, Charlie Brown. Maximum number of events that can exist on the map that are dynamically generated by the shoot button or command script generated. Oh, okay. Instancing. How many random instances of bullshit you can do? So we can add shooting buttons. We can make this ranged and shit. Okay. Bind up, down, left, right. Yes, son. Oh, it's on buttons. Okay, I'm not going to mess with that too much right now. But there we go. So now if I go in the test play, let's see if his jump is less heinous. Blue screen of life. Hi, Milo. I'll check on you in just a sec. Would love to set space to be jump if we're doing this. Nope. QE. That is a much more reasonable jump. I'm not as upset by this. And we can now run off that. Okay. Yes, Milo. Can I help you? My cat needs love. Yeah, we need to turn that off. That's that is not a good option. Don't do that one if you're planning to make maps like this. Gotcha. Where was that? No. That was bad. All right, let me see what the cat needs. What's up? What's up, little man? What's the matter? You hungry? And? Thirsty? By your tail? That sounds fun. Cool. I like that thing. Snack. Love snacking. Yes. Snacking so rude. Cut me low. Cut my son. Okay, bye. Mr. Zoom. Mr. Zoom. Go. Okay. He's a goober. Good news, everyone. Cat's a goober. Okay. Let's be real. WASD movement with X for jump sucks. So let's look around. So how do I assign a... Okay, this space, no. Yeah. Let's try that. Let's see if that worked. Let's see if I understood correctly. Yeah. I'm a genius. I'm a genius who never wants to touch me sensually. I'm powerful. All right. Good start. What config let's do? Quite a bit, actually. Cool. Neat. We're learning. Look at that. We're learning. Awesome. Okay, you can actually set up your own everything. So we can pick a title theme. Mm-hmm. I see. So you can get really involved. So how do I actually... Okay. 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 We're playing. Let's see if we can figure out how to make a title screen. All right. What do we got? Reserved. No. Honestly, I don't hate this. Yep. Yep, that's going to be our thing. I can't change any of these. I want to. Okay. There. Okay, we found something. We just need to find a nice layout background of some kind. There's nothing. There's lots of cool windows you can use. I'm not going to do all that right now. All right, listen. You're not doing what I need. So, So I get what they're going for. I really do. Let's go with a nice green at the very least, right? It's the pit of goo, for fuck's sake. There we go. Oh. That do anything? No. None. I don't really understand what this is right now. This is a little more advanced. So I don't have a set JPEG to slap on here, and that seems to be the issue. But hey. It's fine. At least move Greg and the pit of goo upwards. Oh my god. There we go. Greg and the pit of goo. Yes, that is the name of the game. You're welcome, world. Okay. So in theory, oh, where the hell did you go? Yeah. Some of these are actually quite neat. There's like, that one's all right. That one's fun. I love this one. Okay. There's a slight issue. Where do I get colors? Don't know. We have to play around. There we go. This might not work. That's okay. We're playing. Sometimes you just gotta play. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just gotta play. That's what we're doing. That's the whole point of the stream. Come in here blind as hell, and we figure out what's even happening and what we can do with what we have to start. And sometimes the answer is confusing and mixed, but we're doing it. Right? We are doing it. Let's see if I can figure out. So this is container rules. This reminds me a lot of like Unity and Godot's UI shit, which, fine. It's better than what RM has, which is nothing. You get nothing. Good day, sir. So, fine, we have something to work with, but also, okay, that's fine. So, let's see here. I'm going to make this bigger a little bit so I can see what the hell I'm doing. I really don't know if anyone can read a damn thing I'm doing. But hey. For sake of argument, I got... Well, yeah, you can kind of try. Okay, what do we got? So, in this frame, we got lots of options here. Display position, vertical, display origin. I don't think we're going to change that. No. Perfectly fine with how it was. Okay, scale X, scale Y. Okay, not what I'm looking for. Oh, well, look at that. Right set mask image. That just block it. That'll do it. All right. Well, let's see what we can do here. If I set this to 400 out of curiosity, okay, that will go up. That is fine. That is closer to what I wanted to know. 350 looks. No. I said 3. I thought, and a good old like 500. That looks about the right size for what I'm trying to do. We're learning. Display origin would affect your children, but apparently not. Single click decision is fine. Okay, placement metal. Line up vertically. That's perfectly fine. 1 per row. Can do 2. That's not all bad, considering what we're doing here. Right? Like, we can work with that. Offset X, offset Y, margin, standard placement, center. That does not make sense for an origin. All right, I can work with that. That's fine. We can make this work. I'm learning. I told you I can learn. She can learn. Okay, so let's try this. Horizontal size. We're going to drop this to 400, see how that looks. That's fine. Okay, we're going to go down to vertical. We're going to try a good old 250. That's reducing it significantly. That's still a little iffy. It's a little iffy, but don't worry, because there's things we can do. Weirdly specific things. The offset X, because it has room for that. That makes sense. Offset Y minus 50. It's too much. Minus 25. That's looking pretty close. So we're going to go just down a little bit. That looks about center. That looks about center. What? I'm being texted by my wife. Okay. So that's starting to look like I did it on purpose. Oh my god. Okay, standard placement left. Selection frame image. Oh, the outline of when you pick something. That's fine. Background image, none. And then you get to choose your cursor set. Okay, so we got more than one cursor, but I like the default cursor. We're going to leave that alone for now. Okay. Inactive motion. I don't know the difference between any of these. Oh. Whether or not they have a dot. Well, I like the dot, so I'm going to do the dot. Dots are sick. Who doesn't love a good dot? Uh, yeah, that sounds fun. Okay. A scroll bar in case you're fancy, and a whole bunch of settings for that. Neat. So I've set this to be the one that displays. So in theory, if I hit the play button, we should now have a green screen of life. With an arrow that does a little bit of responsive to what we push. Well, it does feel slightly laggy. I might cut that time down. Cool. Like, that one feels fine. This one feels really short. Like, there's a weird, like, delay. I might fine-tune that slightly because I'm persnickety. But we have technically... I pissed it off. I did too many things at once. Oh, it was just thinking that whole time. Camera tool. I don't think I want to... Huh. Oh, battle. Okay. Oh. Okay. You can set motions, you can loot. Oh my gosh. Orthographic projection if you're into that. Alright, interesting. Not what I meant to get in. I meant to get in here and fix my thingy. But okay, we're learning. We're learning. I was going to come in here. I was going to go down to the dealy-do and find that. And we're going to change the ease to a 0.1 and see what that does. Because that's the kind of finicking we do here. All right. That feels much better. That feels immediately better. And then boom, we're Greg, and we have to find our way to the pit of goo. In our 6 allowed maps. Which will be here. Not bad. Not a bad little start. So, alright. We're learning. We're doing okay. They're not. Just did that. Go away. So, okay. The next thing I want to do then is come up here, and we're going to actually work on our map a little bit now. Isn't that fun? It's been a hot minute. Let's get back to that. It's fun. People enjoy when things fucking happen, I guess. I don't know what you people are into. Stuff? Wow. We're just gonna go ahead and we're just gonna make that a nice little hole for Greg to deal with. Oh no, Greg! The hole is clipping into the mountain, Greg! There we go. Yo, what up, homie? Meow? Whoa, I didn't know that was an option. Can't believe meow. Oh, damn it. Okay, yeah, we don't want that. Thought maybe. Milo, baby, what you doing, kid? Yeah, that's a little slop, but I'll fix it. Don't worry. Oh, we got jittering again. Isn't that fun? It does seem to be a bit of an issue it's having. I don't know what to make of that. Has some drawing priority issues that are kind of weird. It's nothing you can't adapt to, but it's definitely noticeable. How's that? And we do a nice little like, where's the button? Where is it? Oh my gosh. There we go. Okay, and now we just need a way for Greg to get out. Can you get out, Greg? Can you get out? I'll grab these and I'll bump those down a little bit so it's a nice even jump and very obvious from every angle, like, oh, something's up there. I believe I can even do like this. Change it to a stair. Oh, I don't know how I feel about that. That looks kind of weird. I think I like it better where it's forcing you to learn to jump more. Okay. I'm going to bump that down or up. I don't know. Because I do want that to be like, oh, shit, I have to jump. Uh-oh. Greg's going to have to do a strong bad. It look like he gonna have to jump. I'm going to go ahead and... Oh, alt-click does work. Alt-click works. There we go. Then I can just boom, 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 boom. Like I can get kind of weird with it and give it kind of a staggered look because that's kind of fun. It keeps the depth a little more interesting, I guess. I don't know. You know, just a little something to keep things from being too stale to look at. I think I want to do that. Then I can go bonk bonk. Yeah. And then I can test play and let's see how it looks. See how it looks. All right, that makes fucking no. Screw that. I'd rather use the mouse. Set space to jump. This still needs some fixing, but that's all right. That's pretty straightforward. This jump is much more reasonable and easy to work with. Oh, that is so sensitive, though. Oh, my gosh. Oh. Can you, Yeah? No, there's not a way to change mouse sensitivity. That's wild. All right. Wonder if that's something we can tweak later. Okay, we have our jump. Yeah, it works. Cool. And if we go down here... Oh, no, Greg. What did you do, you stupid chuckle? How are you going to get out of this mess, Greg? Oh, you're just going to fucking... Oh, yeah, because you can stairs that. All right. So can he make that? Barely. Interesting. Oh, and water does not let him in. Okay, cool. Cool, we have a little something to do here. Look, it's a minor jumping puzzle for babies, but we did it. We're starting to get a videoed game. Not bad. It's only been like a couple hours, right? Like, that's, you know, good start. Good something. It's a little something. You know, if we really wanted to be cheeky, we could actually keep this on purpose. Check this out. Here's what we're going to do. Okay, we're going to come in here. We're just going to... Now, see, that's now a whole situation. Isn't that interesting? What are we going to do about that, Greggy Poo? Who is to say? I got to make sure you can't jank your way in there, but hey. And up here... Oh, wow, look at that. What's that about? I don't know. We'll figure that out later. Boom, there's a little secret hole. Whoa, secret hole. What if you could use the secret hole to advance yourself a different direction? Who knows? Who knows? We can just, well, no. We can crank these way the heck up. Just like that. And it's starting to look a little bit like a video game map. Look at that. Boom, 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 boom. Is it perfect? God, no. Hopefully it's at least interesting. I would like to, maybe just grab all this shit here and just go ape shit. Apparently I missed one spot. And I'm sure there's going to be some flaw to this that's like, yeah, we can get out still, but, you know. This is for the observant, mostly. This is just a fun little thing where it's like, hey, I see you noticed you can jump earlier than I expected you to figure that out. Hey, congratulations on not having basic game instincts. You got a box of treats. Let's see how that goes. What is the point of the map space if we don't use it? You know what I mean? Like, you don't see it from the start, but you can kind of like, oh, wait a minute. Boom. Secret hole. Now we gotta see how messed up this gets. That's pretty hard to mess up. I'm gonna write it off as, yeah, because you can still get out there. So I need to fix that a little. I seem to have fallen through the world. So, go me. I guess I need to improve that radius on the player a little bit, huh? Cool. How did we manage that? Okay, whatever. Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out bit by bit. We're making a nice little existence here. I don't know. Oh. Now I gotta figure out if I want to do something with this. All right, got a nice little like alcove here. We're not wasting the space outright. Do that to that one, but okay. Idea of the wind blowing the sand all that way. It's cute. It's a cute little extra touch. Do not want the player to be able to get through that, though. Yeah. I'm in, like, stage design playhouse brain now. This is a whole different part of me. People don't like to see this very often. I hope it's not devastatingly boring, but it is interesting to me. So there's that. So, okay, if I do water and I make this water, we now have a waterfall of a kind. I've also seen an object of a waterfall, but I don't know how they did that. Make it flat. Light. Starting point. Copy. Buttons that don't presently do anything. Make elevation 0 slope. Make it flat. Okay. If I put a water... I make it there. Okay, so I want to do like object mode, right? I paste. I mean, it's in the wall. It is a waterfall. It's just not moving very fast at all. It makes me want a ball. Y'all? Oh, we got a skeleton. We got a pile of goo. Under the waterfall. Okay, so I can put this like here. I wonder if that makes any noises. I don't know. I don't know. I have no fucking idea. Let's find out. Good thing we got this cool button. Even as you skip title screen, that's pretty nice. It starts. Really need to find a way to turn that mouse sensitivity. That's insane. No, it makes no noise. Okay. Oh, we gotta move that down. Look at that. That's, huh. Huh. Don't know about that one, lads. See. But that's cool, because we can go in here. And I have an idea here on what we're gonna do. Okay, so is that looking... Oh, you cannot really go up and down well. Let me grab this thing. Come on. That's what he said. Damn. That's what she said? I don't know. That's what someone said. Okay. There. And water does actually naturally indent a little bit. That's cute. That's cute. It is prematurely splashing. We're trying to fix it. Okay, so let's go back in here to terrain. Let's grab the water. Let's make this make some sort of feasible three-dimensional sense to someone who gives a crap. Sure, it comes off the mountain. No one will ever know. Perfect. How will they never know? Because Sarah is going to ensure they never know by cheating. Oh, yes. It's so subtle. It is basically a secret to everybody. There, that all blends together, right? Perfect. No one will ever know. Premature splashcation. Correct. So I want to take this. I want to make this a wall because we're going to do something with this, right? This is going to be like, this is going to be the thing. Because we only get 6 maps. We're seeing how far we can push what we have. And what we have is exactly 6 maps. So, if we want to go super crazy nutso, we got to do it in 6 maps. Because it's just a demo. Unless people really love this and want to like buy me the whole thing just to see what happens, I guess. In which case, go for it. I won't complain. I love treats. I will absolutely make dumb RPG Maker games on here for no good reason. But first, let's find out if I can even make combat work. Or if that would be a huge waste of money. Okay, we're starting to make our map look a little bit coherent, which is the goal. That's the goal. We want the map to look at least kind of coherent, okay? You gotta have at least a somewhat coherent map. Otherwise, you've made a mess, really. Just a big dumb mess. Which, mind you, people do have a soft spot for the old little Timmies, but I don't want to do that. So, to start, we're making a nice little... What if I... No. Doesn't coherently work, really. Let's just do this. Lots of little mountains, but that's okay, because usually you'll be in here and you won't really notice that it's, you know, so bluntly ending. And there are things I will do about that, but we're getting there. We're getting there. You can place objects outside the map, but you can't, right, whatever. So here's what we're going to do next to hide our waterfall sin. Okay, we're going to do this. We're going to rise the ever-loving crap out of it. No one will notice. Okay, oh wow, look at that. What a cool and normal looking waterfall. Okay, there. Okay, and I'm going to come over here and just to be safe, make sure this isn't an absolute I can leave the entire map, screw you festival. We're going to do some of that. All right. That should work. That should be pretty clean. So, I've got a nice little bit of terrain going. It looks like something was maybe designed. That's always nice, right? I think there's a top-down... Yeah! Look at that. That makes the sun rays extremely distracting. But hey, what you gonna do? So, very cool. Do I want to, all right, there we go. Expand the water out a bit. There we go. Now I can do kind of something fun with that. So, I have an idea. We're going to see how it goes. I think now would be a good time to investigate some sort of event stuff. Okay. That's really cool to have. Compass event. Compass event. Letterboxing, grid move, skip event. No. Okay, we're going to do a custom event. Here's what we're going to do in this fun little thingy, okay? I don't need this event sheet. I want one on parallel. We're going to do a parallel event. We're going to try to insert an event panel. We want something sound-based. Play an environmental sound. Waterfall? Is there a way to make that? All right, let me look what else we have in here real quick. .3D sound is only... Oh, no. Yeah. So if we do this, we should hear a waterfall. But I think we will always hear the waterfall. Which is not... Or not. My God, this stupid mouse sensitivity is insane. I don't think I hear it. I can't tell if parallel events are working or not. It's low-key driving me crazy. Automatically start, repeat in parallel. All right, here's what we're going to try. We're going to cut. We're going to try something else. Play sound effect. Let's see what we can find in 3D. Like, right? Environmental sounds. Play as a 3D sound. Adjust volume. Adjust tempo. Okay, I don't know what that's going to do. This could be audio chaos, or it could do nothing. I'm still unsure. I am not convinced these are working. Okay. Event switch. Cross save variables. There. Let's see if that does anything. I don't actually know. I am really trying to figure out why parallel process on this works the way it does. And I'm not seeing it do much. So I might have to try other things. It might be an issue with what I'm trying to do. We got no 3D anything. Yeah. Okay. Let's try something else then. Let's get rid of this event switch. Let's get rid of this because it's not doing what I want. Let's try... Oh, favorites is nice. Oh, that's not what I wanted. It is the joke I want. Oh, that's its own thing. Okay. Okay, we got formatting. Got lots of stuff, actually. All right, let's see what it does. Let's see if that shows up If that shows up, then it's working. That's what I'm trying to figure out, how to make parallel work, because that seems pretty basic, right? Okay, so it is working. It's just not making noise for shit. Don't worry. The waterfall is in fact wet. Uh, don't don't ban me, Twitch. I didn't do anything wrong, Mr. Bezos. I swear. Whoever owns Google, Alphabet, once I put this on YouTube, don't worry. It's fine. It's fine. That's just, it's a thing, okay? The water is wet. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, so parallel processing is working fine. It sounds I don't understand. So let's try something else then. I have a theory. I'm going to play just a sound. Just a sound. Right? Any old sound. What's a sound we want to hear? Yeah, click. That sounds good. Let's find something else so there's to... Wow, there's a lot of these. New idea. Automatically start only once. Play that sound because that is what we wanted. Right? Like straight up. That's what I want. Okay. 3D sound. That seemed to be built to loop. That never seemed to end. There we go. We're going to get rid of the parallel sheet. It does work, but I think sounds have some kind of iffy stuff going on. So we're going to try that. Orientation control. Fixed. Glide with player. No. Comply with other events. No. Move when pushed. No. Idle. Movement speed. Normal. Yeah. Ocean? Okay. Let's see what that does. Because that is a 3D sound, right? So in theory, it should no longer be premature and it should be splashy. So that might have been an issue. That is an invisible slider. Okay, let's see if that had something to do with it, I guess. I can't hear it, and I'm very frustrated. Well, that gives the game away. Yeah, I don't know. That was my idea. I'm not really sure anymore. Worth a shot. I don't know. So sound is a bit odd, I'm finding. Sound just kind of... I'm still trying to figure that out. Yes, my beloved son. Can I help you? Meow, you say. Wogue, why are you so meow? What is the meow about today? What's wrong? Did you not enjoy your dinner? Are you just a lonely bitch? Come here. Come here. Yep. Welcome back to the desk. Well, yep. Let everyone hear your butt. Thank you. Very cool. Very, very cool. What are you doing? What are you doing? Well, you're being a silly goober. Okay, bye. You're being a silly goober, though. You know that. I love you, you silly goober. Our map is looking more like a map, though. That's cool. That's done something. I've just noticed this stuff. Selection targets. Oh, and we can... I don't know what that's doing. No idea what that's doing. Manipulator. Oh, I can add a rotation minute. Okay. I'm a fool. You can turn off snapping. You can turn off perspective. Oh, look at all that. Awesome. Okay, cool. You know what? Awesome, awesome, awesome. I'm learning. I don't hate this. It has some weird quirks I'm still trying to figure out. But oh, there's our waterfall. Okay. Well, what if I pop this right here? Move it up. No. Kinda it's kinda weird as how it looks. Sarah. Milo, what's the matter, honey? Why are you upsetty? Do you need to go to Betty? At least it's nice enough to do that for me. Okay, I gotta put the cat to bed. He's being naughty. Why are you being naughty? What's the matter with you? Oh, I like the water tile, but actually look like go. Bed, go to bed. Bed, go to bed. Bed, 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 bed. Hurry. Brazil cat. It's you really do pay attention to you all the time. Okay. Okay. He wants spaghetti. He might, honestly. He will eat spaghetti. 100% he will eat spaghetti. We still have this mountain situation I gotta fine tune a little bit. Is there a not really. There, that's a little less painful. So I need move that in one. Move that in two. Can I get this, please? Thank you. Move that out. This out. Why you're not working, but it's fine. I'll figure it out later. Okay, so with this, I then grab the scale tool and I just make this fit whatever I need it to. Because water is wet. Now you know. And boom. And then I can grab another. Oh my gosh. I don't need 2D casts. I need nature particles. This. Go right here. I need to rotate it. Smidgen for whatever that does. Not a lot. And I need to scoot it down to match the other one. Like that. There we go. Like a nice sound emitting object. That's really all I want here. Like if there was something that just emits sound from a spot, that'd be cool. I get why they're not, but at the same time, I kind of don't. So I don't know. Curious, but fine. Now, in theory, this actually will use the rotation for its UV transform. No, it actually doesn't. Interesting. That's just straight up shader do what shader want. Okay. Kind of thinking its orientation would have more than 0 effect. That's okay. That kind of overwrites some other stuff I did, but you know what? Let's turn that depth of field off for a second. Can I connect these at all? At least minimize that seam. Scoot this in a little. Oops. That looks acceptable for the most part. I mean, you can still see the seam. I don't think I can do much about that. It's just how the mapping works. It's not too bad. And we got the particles. We've got all that good stuff. Okay. Now, just in case someone does swing the camera around over here, we got options. So we're gonna get some rocks and trees and trees and rocks. This is a nice big boy. How about one of these? We'll just whoops. You know what? That's fine. We're gonna. No, we don't have good old-fashioned Godot controls, but that's... I'm really trying to have them. Where's the, There was something earlier. Oh. Okay. That'll work, I guess, for now. I swear I had, like, a thing that popped up earlier let me do more direct, like, hey, boom, boom, boom. Oh, no, whatever. Okay, we're gonna scoot these down. Yeah. Do I just have, like, a... quick toolbar? Hey, there it is. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. Okay, that's what we wanted right there. Okay, that's the kind of shit I'm after. I'm gonna make these bigger. I wish it was updating more effectively. That's all right. And we're gonna just kind of scooch these down. And the goal is just... I think these actually do have collision too. So I can do a bit of this and make the plates look a little more... That just looks like a snapping error though. If I took this one and I held it to ground and we scooched this in, that looks a little bit less like a bad job. Is what that looks like. There we go. Just hide that a little bit, give it a little sense of like, oh yeah, that's on purpose. Okay. Scale this one up a lot too. Well, not that much. I got big stones. I don't know what to tell y'all. Right, yay. All right. And I can do some of this and some of that, and that's getting somewhere. Okay, now we've got a nice, like, oh, we've hit the edge of the world little rock thing. I can get rid of this one. I don't need to. This one I'll move out, over, down a bit. Honestly, I'm pretty okay with that. Okay, and that's the kind of stuff we can do all around if we really want. We can just surround this with stones. But for the time being, what I'm actually looking for is a oh, that's not it. Building wait. Let me remind myself what I called this really quick. The Pit of Goo, you see. With theme song. I don't know if anyone can hear that theme song. But it's there. I could turn up my desktop audio, that'd probably help. There we go. How's that? The Pit of Goo. So we need a nice door into the Pit of Goo. You know, like that's really, this isn't bad. This is a nice little door. I don't mind that. I keep trying to see things that crop weird and it gets mad. This is my front runner. This is my Pit of Goo. It's dungeon entrance. That makes sense. Building parts, sake of argument, is a folder with, oh my god, treehouse parts. That's cute. Okay. Windows. Doors. See, that's what God intended. It's gonna be hard to beat. Pit of Goo. Labyrinth door, always a winner. Church door, yeah, just in the side of a mountain. Yeah, I think we had our winner immediately, actually. That's really hard to argue with. So I think we're just gonna slap this bad boy right here. Turn the snapping back on, please. And just yeah. Scooch it out and make it level. Yeah, there we go. There we have our Pit of Goo commencing. Now, what would make this really fun is if I could find some good old fashioned nightmarish goo. You know, I can get creative with a cucumber. Yes, you can take that out of context. I could change the color of the tomato. That would also be pretty good, but I don't think that's an option. What we got in ruins? We got a funky crystal. We've got statue, pile of gold, a sarcophagi. That's kind of goo. It's kind of goo. It's not, but it, you know. I thought that was gnomes. I was like, oh damn, we got gnomes. Jar of goo, just a goo jar. More spritz flavored jar of goo. God help us all. You know, there's so many nightmares on the table here. But I don't think I'm seeing much that's not. I'll keep looking. That's kind of gooey. Like out of context, if I put a bunch of random green, that's gonna look like goo, isn't it? Let's play with that idea. Let's start there. Let's grab something green. Yeah, I can see how that feels a bit gooey. That doesn't. If I did like welcome to the Pit of Goo. We have plenty of goo for you. There's some roads. That does kind of work. Can I turn my snapping back on? Scroll entire map, raise up entire map, lower down entire map, adjust elevation, reset all elevations because you hate yourself. All right. No, I think this looks fine as it is, though. Well, all that stuff we got going on. Okay, so we got a little bit of a goo spot. You know, the G spot. We have many different potential warning signs. I like this one, but this one looks hastily scrawn upon. Yeah. Yeah. What we got? That looks pretty good. That looks like a warning sign, right? Boom. Warning sign. End of. Bam, bam. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Click, click. Stationary. Caps lock is on again. So let's see if I can figure this out. /B, 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 /B. Okay. I would like to actually see this event straight up, please. Yeah, convert to custom. I would prefer to convert to custom. Yes. This isn't even what I want it to be. Okay, so, well, I think I just deleted everything. Whatever. Display a message. Okay, and we have input support. All right. Oh, that's crap. Oh, yeah. Oh. Warning. Bold. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay, so we have a slight... Okay, so how do I don't know what the default font size is, so I don't think I can really mess with that. I can do colors, though. Zero, 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 zero. And then it's just /C to reset it. That's handy. Put an icon. We can change the font entirely. Okay. Insert variables. Yes. No centering, but that's fine. Name boxes are built in. Don't get that in RM normally. Well, maybe new ones do. I don't know. I haven't messed with the most recent couple much. Okay, we now have a set thing. Collide with player, yes. Comply with other events, sure. Move when push, custom range. Orientation controls fixed. And okay. All right, we haven't run around the map in a minute, so let's see what happens, shall we? here's our little spot where we're going to put a box, hopefully. See if we can break anything while we're at it. You know, barring falling out of the friggin' world again, which does seem to happen on occasion. Is not ideal. I don't really know why it happened when it did, but alright. So that's cool. That's an engine issue, though. I didn't do it. Okay, it's specifically because I allowed jumping, and jumping is a little fucked. I have no idea. Over here is our space where we gotta do some stuff, but we're not getting out, and that's what mattered. Okay. Making sure I'm not getting out from up here anytime soon. Yeah, I don't think they're getting out of this map. Alright, cool. That's what I was worried about. I really hate this. That's gotta be something good. Okay. Boing. Then we come over here. Oh, you just jump when you talk. Oh, God. I can see why that's an issue. Left click does nothing. Maybe... That's so irritating. Okay, because Q and E will rotate the camera. But you're using WASD to move, and right mouse... So I'd rather E be how you interact, right? Like, come on. Okay, let's go back to playing with our game definitions and whatnot. We're getting there. We're getting there. It's piecemeal. Excuse me? Okay, listen to me. Mouse, spine. Okay, we're gonna change this to like 0.2. Let's see if that does what I think it does. Because if I'm right... Woof. Okay. So camera zoom has its own buttons. That's great. The side is Z space enter. Cool. The side pad button, touch, mouse button. Alright. We're going to get rid of space for decide. We're going to add E. Really can't read that. I hope that's correct. Okay. So, that's good. That's good. Now, I want to get rid of Q. Just, I don't know. 1 and 2. Fuck it. We'll see what happens. Okay, let's see what that does. 32 and 33 are invalid. Can I just get rid of them? Like, can I just, do that. There we go. Okay. Okay. Oh! Oh, that's almost tolerable. It's still really touchy, and I turned it down to a fifth what it was. Bunny, don't judge me. Okay, so we changed E to interact, so in theory... Oh my god. Using mouse for camera is so weird. This is 100% made for gamepad, but whatever. And spacebar should do nothing. Spacebar does dismiss the window, though, so that's nice and inconsistent. I have to go to the dang bathroom. Everyone be nice to each other, make out, and debate whether or not Greg should be saving someone or just really hate slurs. I'll be right back. What's up, bitches? I'm back. Be afraid. Ah, my hair will not stay in its tie. Stupid Miku game. I'm in a stupid concert. Damn it. Okay. I'm sad I can't find more goo-related things. I could, in theory, make and import a goo-related thing. I have no idea how. That seems a little beyond the scope of what I'm trying to do this stream. But hey. We're just playing. Kind of fun. Like, if I... Wow. Eggplants? Ugh. That actually... That's a little clippy, isn't it? How's that look? That's also a little clippy. What if we did a nice basic rotate? I mean, to get the Miku game shit. I actually quite like the Miku game. I just don't care about these guys. Don't care about the whatever Wonderland Showtime or whatever. I find them kind of annoying. They're very noisy. I think is the best way to put it. They're noisy. I didn't want this one. I got mushrooms I can kind of make stick out of walls and stuff. I don't know, man. I was kind of looking for something I could... tropical. A cactus. You know what? Sure. It's pretty good size. I could put this like right in here maybe and maybe do a little bit of this business. Then I can that's got kind of a little something something going on. Something nice and visually just hey, there's some greenery here after all. You fell in a hole, but don't worry, it's pleasant. Doesn't mind a nice, pleasant hole or whatever. That plant's getting a nice little bath. I'm sure it's fine. Okay, you know what? We're gonna do this actually. We're gonna let's put it here. I love this button. That's a great button. I think Godot has one like that too. A flush me to the floor sort of thing. If I do that, I can kind of make it a little less likely to be all up in the walls clipping. Give it a little bit of something, you know? Well, I might need to put a rock there, but that's fine. Check this out. I can do that. I have the power of stones. We'd use this one. Yeah. There. Just scoot that down a little bit so it clips a bit less, and that looks pretty good. Okay. Where the hell did you go? Oh no. And we do one of these. Ugh. Is this thing almost done? I wasn't really planning on doing this right now. It just happened while I was going to the bathroom anyway. I was like, all right, fine. How's that look? I'm not used to working objects in the terrain much. It's something I've wanted to work on, and this is a good excuse. I haven't really gotten to play with that at this stage of my video game dick-arounds. I like it going up a lot better. I think I'm going to match that on both sides. It had a certain energy coming out. I just wasn't feeling it. I rotate you a bit. Ooh, that's not terrible. I can do a bit of like that and this maybe. Then at least looks less like I reused the same thing immediately. I gotta adjust the particles, but hey, that looks okay, right? No. You're killing me. Oh, I got a thing. There's another one in an hour, so oh, busy game right now. I don't care. I'm doing other things. Leave me alone. Okay. Oh, the shows I care about end up being like 5 minutes long, and the ones I'm like, I don't give a fuck, are like an hour. I'm like, no, leave me alone. I'm busy. All right. I think anyone's close enough to really tell most of the time. Yeah, let's make this hard for myself. Oh my gosh, I'm in the wrong axis. There we go. Well, I figured out how that works. Can I scale this up? Yeah, because it's like, it's going through the business, right? Like, oh, damn. Okay, that makes sense. I was hoping I could can rescale or position the particle icon for my sake, but whatever. Okay, that'll work. I'll have to do another one like just up in here would be sensible, kind of, you know? What if you scale the particle systems that I don't even know how to control straight up vertically? Nothing useful. I don't think this is really working. Yeah, it kind of does something, but I don't think it does enough to justify its own existence. I'm gonna kill it. Whatever. It's a try. We're messing around. We're just messing around. What's this thing? Fountain of water. Oh, yeah. I see you're curious. Sure. Congrats, you found my fountain of water. Was it worth it? Was it worth blinding yourself in the camera to see my fountain of water? You fool! About trees. Why am I infinitely scrolling down? My key jammed. Hello. If I test play, does something happen that it's not expected? Is it just the editor having a poop? No, everything seems fine. I don't know. Does this do anything? No. I unplug the controller. Does that fix it? Going here, does that fix it? Stop. What are you doing? Can't do anything. Why are you doing this? Okay, fine. So we're being a little pissy. I can be pissy. Tree. Thank you. We'll solve that problem later. That's a Zelda-ass tree. Oh, I like the red one, actually. A big-ass tree. Commentary from Serenade. That's a big-ass tree. Can I rotate that to actually face player, kind of like it would be going over the pass? Yeah, look at that. Ooh, what a concept. Oh shit, it comes in red. Well, I think the green's a nice contrast for this whole corner, frankly. This, on the other hand, suits anywhere else. The official sound of tree. I do like this random screw it brush. You can just whamp. 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 Yeah, I mean, all sorts of weird sizes and positions, and use that as you see fit, and then you just adjust them, and that's pretty nice. I think that's pretty cool. That's a handy little tool to have. I turned off snapping at some point, and I still don't know how to turn it back on. Like, there is a snapping button, but it's not the one that makes things snap. I found a way to screw up everything. Hell yeah. It's probably like one button somewhere. Oh, here it is. Snap to grid. Yay, I fixed it, I guess. Now that doesn't matter so much. I just didn't know why it was off. Now I know. Okay. Cool. That's all I wanted. Like this one, like here and flush with the ground. That's such a good button. That's such a good button. Okay. Sorry. There we go. I like those two being by each other. I would like this one to look a little more different. Thank you. Oh no. It's the Deku tree. Yeah. That's looking like semi-functional. We're getting there. Got this funny subtropical tree like the Zeldas have. We've got this thing, got banana. Really make this oasis pop, I guess. You know? Really set it up as like, oh, this is special. Question is, can you jump on the tree? Does it matter if the tree is that big? Good Lord. I would like this, and I would like to pull it out. I think I'd like to just swing it in. That doesn't look so bad. That's mostly avoiding the ground. I can do a slight little rotate, which is awesome. We're on the tiles, but we're not entirely. Let's see how this is looking. Let's give this a peekaboo in engine, right? I mean, we are in engine, but you know what I mean. I can walk in the plant. That's cute. Really? No, I got this. I'll climb this tree. This very normal capsule collider. Don't worry about it. I just jump through it. I'm really worried you can jump on the tree. Okay, hold on. Hey. Okay, no, that's fine. Oh my god. It did fix the sensitivity a bit, but it's still touchy. I don't know why the frame rate's like that. Whatever. We're getting there. Jump on the sign. Uh-oh. 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 So, we learned something today. That's easy enough to fix, I guess. That should stop anyone playing hoppity boppity up there, I think. Uh-oh. All right. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I'm a goober. All right, let's turn the snapping back on for the next part. Oh, that's interesting. So many fun buttons. I can turn off the grid if I really want. So, okay. I don't know why the terrain has a thing on. I can close that. I don't need that open right now. I know how to reopen it. I wish there was a quick button for that because I use it a lot, but sometimes it's really friggin' annoying. View collision. Oh. Who knows? Okay. I'm gonna turn off the birds for now. I think they're excessive and annoying, honestly. I'm annoyed by the birds. Can I trash this, please? There. They aren't adding enough for me to like them. They're kind of ugly. If I figure out how to change the sprite, we'll talk. But for now, ugly, don't like it. Just a stump. Fair enough. This is also a really good tree. I'm not going to lie. I'm a fan of garbage in my wastelands. Not going to do too many of them, but a little something something mixes it up, makes it look nice. Okay, so let's see here. We want like grasses. Boy, that sure is a grass. I won't lie. Some hedge, some dead grass. As mama intended. Okay, this is where we want our random pen, right? Because we can place a bunch of dead ass grass. Okay. We got flowers. Nothing I'm gonna like here. I'm trying to make this place look like shit. Grass E. Dead grass. Straight up dead grass. Boom. This works quite well there. Not many other places. Well, what about in here? If I put it like in the corners, kind of does mix it up. Helps differentiate some things. This case clipping isn't so bad. It's grass, you know, like eh. Okay, that gives us a little something to look at. This other dead grass look like I might just pop it here. Be careful with that crap. Not work. Okay. Our dead grass is a little bit there. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to come in. Oh, no, those work okay. Let's see how that's running. I'm getting a little liberal with that, but hey. Okay, that's not bad. This is a little visual variety. This isn't terrible. I'm growing on that. All right. I love decorating the maps. It's a weakness. I love doing it. I always have. It's always a fun part for me. I enjoy doing it. That's a big rock. I don't think that's a good one. I think we want to stick to our big boys here, who kind of combine into a whole new shape. It looks like a snail. I would love to find something I can slap right there. There's road. I guess I could do like one of these. Doesn't look right though. There's something that looks a little, I mean, that could work. That looks straight up kind of fucked up, so I can work with that. Need more stuff like that. It's basically just decals, I guess. They have a decal option. They just put footprints, I guess. Let's play decal. What's decal do if I'm playing with it here? Okay, I haven't done these at all. If I do that, okay, it's projecting there, fine. So if I... No, it's only if it touches the ground. Okay, no, I prefer that. It's a little more subtle. It's a little less on the nose. And it will do the job wonderfully, I think. This is why I love RPG Maker stuff. So this is actually super interesting to me. We do a good old CV, and we just pop it over here, and we slide it in the spot. And now, when you're actually in the game, you should be able to run on over there. And now there's a very slight little, it's kind of hard to spot still. There's a slight bit of dirt kind of telling you like, hey, this is kind of something. I might play with the exact amount, but it's definitely less of annoying of a... What if I turn the snap off and I scooch this in a bit? That way you don't get the round. It looks better in there than it did in the game, so I'm a little concerned. Oh, yeah, no, that looks great. Look at that. Boom. It's like, oh, there's just a subtle, like, wait a minute. I think the loot, the LUT, whatever you want to call it, is making it a little harder to see, but it's definitely there. The jump is much tamer than it was, and I've gotten that all rounded out in the way I like. I don't think anyone's jumping out of here in a way they're not supposed to. I could hide something in there, I guess. Yeah, the mouse sometimes does some jitter, and zoom in and out does not seem to work for shite, but hey. I know you can with the pad usually. Yeah, no, this come along. It's looking all right. A nice little area here. It's got a good bit of decor. It's looking pretty solid, I think. Personally. You know, we can toy with it a bit. We can adjust some individual parameters of different parts of the terrain and make it look how we want, and really make what I'm assuming is some sort of fancy CSG system really just fucking work its ass off. But, you know, I know I'm being awful. I know this isn't efficient, but, you know, we got to see what it's capable of. We got to see how easy it is to break. What if, like a decal of sand would be really nice. There's a lot of stuff I think would be really nice, honestly. It's just a number of things. I'm like, yeah, some slight changes would go a long way. It's in 2.0. They've been actively adding to it. I'm not like, oh god, they suck. Considering that it's not Enterbrain or whoever owns RM now, it's a completely different group of people doing their own thing. I think it's a Chinese group trying to make something that they're proud of and happy with. And it's pretty cool. Honestly, this is pretty cool for what it is. The map auto generates. I wish I could make a bigger one. I really do, but for what we're doing right now, this is fine. I've milked what I got for space as much as I can. So another one we can do is lights, which I haven't really done. Oh my god, no. Okay, so with the color scheme we have right now, I'm worried those will be bad. You know. Can I change its color? Can I do anything to it? It doesn't look like it. It looks like a light is a light is a light. All right. We can do little things. I make it like, hey, this is the the starting little, ooh, look at that. Oh, it's where the sun's coming in or something. I don't fucking know. Shadows come from this way. Let's crank it up. There, that's our sunset angle. We can even pull it out a bit, and it's a little something. I put one, the water? That could be interesting. I could just control myself, excuse me. So if I grabbed another light and I put it right, say, here. Okay. I don't see a way to really control the light's intensity or anything. It is what it is. It's fine. Fine for what it is. I think that kind of interesting. Trying to make it so that, like, so can I scale it? Is that a thing we can do? Yes. So we can scale the light and get this kind of like aquatic glow. Okay, that's not terrible. A little something interesting. What about with this one if I scaled you up? Let's do the same thing. I don't think it really changes intensities at all or anything. It does kind of kill the sunset effect a little bit. I keep that simple as a sort of set light. All right, let's see what that does. Let's see. I'm testing how easy it is to make this break. I'm getting some weird like lag spikes, but I think that's something to do with the stream setup because Phasmo does it too when I'm streaming. But I mean, overall, during the bullshit I'm trying to put it through, it's doing all right. Only clipped through the floor once. Yay! Yeah, it's spikes like that are probably why. It's doing it a lot now. I don't know. It's like it's not a consistent frame rate issue. It's just occasionally it jitters really hard, and it seems like some sort of a weird... I don't even know what would cause that. The depth of field freaking out? No, because I was standing still that time and not touching the camera, and it still did it. I wonder if it's something about the audio streamer, maybe? Like the wind noise restarting? Like, this doesn't look bad, right? I don't mind this at all. This is kind of pretty. I kind of want to turn off the thing where it's showing me through the walls, but I get why that exists, because look how easy it is to stinking have that happen. But you're always center of screen, so like... getting it a little closer would be alright even. I think part of it is just that the camera's far enough away that it's kind of an issue. Wonder how hard that is to mess with. Let's look what we can do. I haven't played with cameras much. Look at our default camera. Orthographic projection. I have a soft spot for orthographic. I won't lie. I do think it's kind of fun. Angle of view. Oh shit, that's how far away we are. Okay, so yeah, let's try pulling that in. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. You do want it at the feet. I liked it at 7 a little better. Bloom intensity, light intensity. Okay, there's no way to lock it. That's what I was looking for. Like, can I lock this stupid thing so you cannot rotate it a certain way? I have to assume you can. I'm just dumb. There's a lot of stuff you can do for cameras, but let's see what that does. Gonna be up in his face. We'll see if it feels good. That might be a little stinking close, huh? Like you're on the Game Boy. Yeah, that's too close. It doesn't fix the main issue I'm having anyway. Let's go scooch that back out a bit, huh? Or was it? God, am I stupid? That's a little closer, but not too bad. I could just try playing without the stupid mouse. You know, just mouseless. And make it so you only rotate X and Y, that might be alright. I don't know. I like being able to look up, though. I think it's a nice touch. Yeah. It's a lot of time spent just dicking around on one map, isn't it? That's starting out. You're learning things. Right tool, variable list, layout tool. Oi. A lot of stuff. Oh, I'm stupid. I don't know what this symbol is, so I'm putting it there. I think it's just a space. I'm not. No, it's not. I don't know what that is. Okay. Uncomfortable. I can switch these here. Holy hell, I'm dumb. I'm sitting here screwing with these. Like, oh. Mouse dead zone, mouse these. Okay, so I changed the mouse sensitivity natively. Let's see what that does. Then I mess with the scripts and multipliers and shit. Oh. Oh, it can't go the other way. I screwed it up. I think I know what that icon was. Yeah, I think that was a negative symbol. I think I'm dumb and that was a negative symbol. Uh-oh. I want to say it was... this one? If I hate it, I hate it. Let's try. How did I mess that up? Oh, shit. Okay. Alright. Oh, no. Can we, no, we can't. Okay. So I've made a horrible mistake. Can Sarah solve her horrible mistake? Set those while we're at it. Okay, so somehow camera's horizontal rotation, I have absolutely flubbernucked. Now we get to solve how. Rotation clockwise, mouse X 1, mouse X 1. -1? I don't know. Let's find out. There we go. Still the most sensitive thing in the world. I have this at 10%. I'm like, yeah, this is kind of manageable. Like, how low can I set that? Can I add that to the config menu? That would be an interesting exercise. 0.05. 0.05. I've halved it. No. 0.05. Not 5. I would like to live, please. Oh my gosh, dudes. Okay. What we got going on now? Oh. Okay. Okay. I'm not mad. Our first map could take 3 seconds to walk through. That's okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab these. I'm going to actually terrain. I'm going to take these two. I'm going to raise them a couple. I'm going to grab this whole set. Then we're going to make a slope. Devious monkey. I love that this adjusts. That is unnecessary. That doesn't help. Okay, fine. We'll do this. Trying to make out like predefined blocks, I think. And I get what they're going for. I'm just like, eh. You should still be able to jump over and get back if you want. We don't have much just dirt, do we? A bit odd if you think about it. Just keep it sand then. I think what I'll do is grab another one of these decals, these dirt decals. Slap that right there. And I can scale that up. I can just kind of get creative with that, maybe? The subtle sort of hay. Okay. So I think that's as much as we can do without making more things that aren't just the map. Which, to be fair, we should do. We should. So, what time we got? It's almost midnight. Oh, it's almost my wrap time. I don't know. I would love database. Let's get in this database. Let's try something. All right. I'm going to look for... I'm having a scroll issue and I don't know why, and it's only in here. Like, if I come in the... This is not auto-scrolling. It's just this for some reason, and I don't know why. We're looking for something that we can fight. Something really shitty we can fight. Just Just a generic bat. Bats are great. I love fighting bats. Bats are a great first enemy. Okay, so what do we got? Category both. What is that? Enemy. Shit's an enemy. Fuck you. It has no class. Monsters have levels. Okay. These are resistances it has. Okay, so I don't think this works the same way. Okay. No, we'll play with this. We'll play your games. Let's try to start a fight on purpose. I'm going to make an event. I would love for it to stop doing this. Oh, well, you know what? That's fine. Here we go. We've got a slime. We've got a slime. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're going to select our slime. Oh. Okay. That's not what we want then. So I would like, yeah, sure, just a bat. Collides with player. Okay. When player makes contact with the event. Let's see if we can figure this out. Ow, come on, work with me. Yes, everything is innuendo. Now, here's what we need to figure out. How do we start combat? Oh, change event orientation, make event walk, change event movement speed. Ugh. Apply blend shapes. Battles. Okay, we're making a battle. Okay, we're changing. Excuse me. Oh god damn. I want to fight the giant bat, please. I really hope restarting the program fixes this because it's really annoying. I don't want a slime. I want a giant bat. Giant bat. Oh my gosh. We want a nice, good battle theme. I'm sorry, baby. Why are they interrupt you when you're sleeping? I don't understand. Ugh. Okay. Oh, custom collide range. Okay. I think it'd be round, but all right. Wrong one. I like that that's its own thing, but it's more elaborate than one to do right now. Ah, shit. I love not giving a damn. Oh, that's nice. Flash screen. Okay, select the effect. Can you not be a load of ass? These are what I want. I don't know what they're talking about. Select an effect. There are no effects. Particles. Oh, yes. So is there a weight, label definition, label jump, control, wait a specified time, about 1 second, and then we're going to change a variable. Switch. Change bat fight on. Then we're going to add another event. And sheet. Ready to fight. I have not tried one of the ice creams yet. I was going to do that when I was done here in a minute. I was just wanted to make a fight. I think if I have a map with a fight, I'm pretty happy with what I have for the night. It's just a fun little dick around. I didn't get to make a dungeon, but also this map size, yikes. Maybe for a first-person dungeon, it'd be better. It's really small. It can be bigger, but not in the demo. Bat dead. Dead. Okay, not collide with player, not collide with anything. Add event condition, event switch. This one. Have arrays and everything on. Okay, you are going to have literally no. Can I go home? Okay, add and exit. Thank you. You're killing me with that. Okay. Good. Now, in theory, we can now fight. We can now fight this stupid bat. Okay? If the fight works, I'm pretty happy for tonight. Let's see if I did this all right. It starts. There's no intro scene or anything. We're just Greg. And we're going over here with no equipment to hand this motherfucker. Who does not appear shit! Why? I screwed it up, that's why. Be more constructive with your feedback, please. Why? Why did he disappear? Oh, this doesn't quite work, does it? So, I'm not sure. Greg has no weapons for start, but we have combat. I'm not sure why the rest is happening. Oh, because that's why. Can't just. All right. There. Okay. There. Okay. Let's go into our boy Greg. Something's wrong with poor Greg, right? I need to see Greg. Okay, we've got Greg. Don't know why it's acting like it's driving me crazy, dudes. Okay, Greg. It's gonna screw up all these values for now. How's that sound? What is basic? What does basic mean? Increase when level up. And curve. Okay. Let's try that for now because nothing else really works. I would like to give Greg some gear, but for the moment, I want to see if this event functions and if the fight is beatable. That reminds me, we were fighting in Iraq, not the country. Why? Placement. Oh my gosh. Um. Why is the depth of field on now? That's really not useful. Can I rotate this? Or is this destined to be deeply horizontal. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, let's try that, I guess. That's interesting that it's always on the map. I don't know how I feel about that. I get it. Does make it so you got to make sure you have room for it somewhere. Hopefully that's better. Or to be worse. I broke it again somehow. I don't know how I broke it. Why did it break? Why does that keep turning off? Is it the stupid ding-dang whatchamacallit? Why am I on... Sarah's losing her mind. Don't worry about it, guys. Oh, dang! Sup, Greg? JK, I don't really care, dog. I don't care about one thing. I think it's Greg Blood. Come here and let Daddy suck your meat. Somehow this is still better. Let's see if we hit him. Rude. Hey, we hurt him, though. Does Greg have any skills? No. Greg is skillless. Oh no, he sucked my meat. Oh, my meat, dudes. You keep sucking my meat, dudes. Greg keeps missing, dudes. Yeah, the bat is dead. Does this work? Are you kidding me? All right. So, if you're defeated, that happens. So you want that to happen here. If you're defeated, game over, dog. Like, there shouldn't be... All right, fine. You know what I'm gonna do? There. I don't know what to do about the fucking combat orientation. It's really annoying. Like, if I could put you... Oh, you can just make a different map. Well, shit, let's do that. Okay, fine. That's easy enough. It uses one of our maps, but... Add map. It fights. Auto generate, okay. Cool. This'll do. This is all I really want right now. Okay, give me stinking... I literally just don't want to be in that gosh dang void. Really don't. Okay. Paint. Okay, and then for the sake of argument, give me the rock, and we will just do a nice, safe outline of the rock all around the battlefield. I'm sure there's like SRPGs either happening already in this or on the table. This system is so ready for it, but whatever. There. Okay, we got just a little bit of something. And then we can just raise that up a bunch for now. Okay, boom. Save. All right, cool. For the moment, that's all I want. Please go back to the other one. We will play with the rest of it later. Is that the size I think it is? 620. Yep, 25 by 25. You can only have 625 blocks, and that is exactly 625 blocks. So default map size or some shape, a variant of it is all you can do in the demo. That's kind of a bummer. I guess I get it. It limits how much you can exploit it, but one is no 2 and 3 or 4, frankly. Okay, can I rearrange this slightly? It has to be north to south. That's very interesting. Okay. That'll do for now. I just want to be able to see the fight. We're learning. We are learning. I know baby wants me to eat the ice cream. I also want to eat the ice cream. To be fair. Oh, dang! Sup, Greg? Alright. That lighting is not flattering, but okay. Love to see the monster stage, but I have to play with this. Like, the layout stuff is interesting. I wonder if you can do stuff like that. I have a few things I'd like to try. I might do this again next week or something. This is kind of fun. This is kind of interesting to me. And we got a month with it. Ah, shit! Alright, I played on the wrong person, but sure. Alright, we're good. Oh yeah, we take poison damage as we walk. Cool. There we go. So remember, Spritz, beware of suspicious slime. So I'm going to, I think I'm going to call it here for now, because it is after midnight, and I am trying to do more than one thing a day. So, I think I'll sum up my thoughts. Let's transition our window here. The old sign-off. I am way up here. I changed my size. I'm a fool. Why did I change my size? Why am I smaller here? That's not right. That's sick and wrong. The wrong here? I don't know why that happened. It's a mystery. Okay. So, closing thoughts for now. Cool engine, a little overwhelming to start. Now, to be fair, when you start off with RPG Maker out the gate, there's a lot of stuff going on. And it does kind of take a while to get your bearings, but it seems a little more kindly presented overall. The accessible stuff, like the important stuff, is up front, and the database and whatnot is what you play with as you go. This one has a lot more of an upfront. You have to start doing all your setup and shit. It doesn't really have a default class for Gray. I don't think I have any items to start hardly. I mean, I got something from the bat, so clearly there's something somewhere. And I'll look into that next time, maybe. We'll see what we can figure out. But for a first impression, I do think this is neat. I think the learning curve is a little bit steeper. It's a little more intimidating. But it all works, and the map making's pretty fun if you can get into it. It's got some weird performance issues and little hiccups and shit, but it is a promising project, and they aren't done yet. This just hit 2.0, and they've released the demo, but they're still updating it. They're still getting stuff from the community. They're doing shit all the time. The variety of stuff you can do with it is necessarily going to make things more complicated, but the ways it tries to help you set the game up when you start a new project with the Q&A thing, or you can just jump in if you know what you're doing and build from scratch. But if you want to make like this or that, it seems set up pretty easily for you can kind of get in there, make a map, and dick around with it. Demo's free. Anyone can mess with it. And if it looks interesting, by all means. I'd love to know what other people figure out and come up with before I look at it again. Again, the demo lasts for like a month, then it cuts you off. Only 6 maps. We're already using 2 of them between this and the battle arena. Fine. We don't need much. I was going for he goes in a cave, he fights some slimes, that's the game. Mostly just playing with it. We made a map. We had a combat scenario. We have some basic interaction. We played with the settings to make it so he doesn't jump to the moon every time we hit the thing. We changed some keybinds. I have some cool little presentation and color grading. It's pretty neat. I think for a blind session, no idea what I'm doing, just playing with the toys, I did pretty good. Do I have a full functional dungeon or something like I would with RPG Maker by now? No, but I've been using that for years, and even on 95, it's pretty straightforward. This seems... There's a different sequence of steps. It's a little harder to get your bearings. I think I said that to some effect already. That's the main criticism of it, and I don't know how they would avoid it considering all things they're trying to do. So it's a bit of a trade. You get more freedom, you get more complexity, you have a few more hurdles to get through to get to what you want. But I think within the demo, if you're determined, you can make something kind of short and sweet and figure out if it's for you or not. Worth a play. I like it. I'll probably poke it again maybe next week or something. We'll see if we can start making a dungeon or something. We get 6 maps. Let's see if we can use them. Why not? Get some items. Give Greg a sword or something. Maybe figure out how to make it make sounds for reals this time. Who knows? For now, thank you for joining me. I know we started kind of late, but, 4 hours of this nonsense. Not bad at all. And I will see the art fans tomorrow night on Pixel for Skebs, because it's been a while. We need that. Oh, I looked away for too long and it said game over, and I died of poison. He died of poison. He died just standing there. Oh no. All right, well, Greg's tapped out. I'll see you all. Pixel fans tomorrow, Skebs. Wednesday, JRPG. We'll get back to Star Ocean. I've got a new thing written and everything. We'll have a great time. Thank you for joining me. Thank you, Greg, for your contributions to the cause. And maybe next time you'll finally enter the goo lair of despair or whatever. Good night, everybody. Oh no.